Good evening, everybody. Breaking news from the Middle East tonight. Big breaking news. It looks like the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas might have ended. Israel has reportedly carried out major airstrikes in Gaza against Hamas tonight. Israel has announced it is resuming military operations against Gaza. That is, Israel has announced this. So it sounds like the ceasefire is over. And we're going to get you the latest updates on this huge development in the Middle East. Again, Israel launching major airstrikes tonight and saying it has resumed the military operations against Hamas and Gaza. Look at this right here. Israel military conducts strikes on Hamas targets in Gaza, army says. The Israeli military said it was conducting extensive strikes on Hamas targets in Gaza, while medics there reported casualties in a series of the most violent airstrikes since the ceasefire began on January 19th. The army did not provide more details about the strike, says Reuters. 3 houses were hit in Deir al-Bala in central Gaza, a building in Gaza City, and targets in Khan Yunis and Rafah, according to medics and witnesses. Different targets in various parts of Gaza. The escalating violence becomes a disagreement between Israel and Hamas on how to sustain the 3-phase ceasefire that began in January. Arab mediators backed by the U.S. have not been able to hammer out differences between the two warring parties in talks held over the past 2 weeks. So major airstrikes, and again, it looks like the ceasefire might be over. Barak Ravid says these are the most wide-range, significant strikes by Israel since before the ceasefire began. So we're going to bring you the latest updates here on this breaking development. And I did see if you give me a second here. There's a statement from the Prime Minister's office that I want to read you. Oh, hold on. There's an IDF statement, I think, too. Give me a moment here. No, hold on. Okay, the IDF says, in accordance with the political leadership, the political echelon, the IDF and the ISA are currently conducting extensive strikes on terror targets belonging to the Hamas terrorist organization in the Gaza Strip. That was put out there by the Israeli army. The Shin Bet is the Israeli security agency. Also, the IDF announces that following a situational assessment, changes will be made to the IDF Home Front Command's defensive guidelines as of 2 a.m. today. And, well, Israel time right now is 2:56 a.m. So they have adjusted As part of their changes, the areas of communities near the Gaza Strip will change from full activity to limited activity, meaning educational activity will not be allowed. So they're telling people in Israel who live near Gaza, they have to operate, civilians have to operate under some restrictions now. Educational activity will not be allowed. I guess they're probably worried about retaliation coming from Gaza. Let me tell you, I want to share the statement from the Prime Minister's office. Let me share that with you. Hang on a moment. The Prime Minister's office said, according to Times of Israel, the Prime Minister's office said that, where is it here? I want to get the exact statement. I had it here before. I have some quotes from it. We are going to bring you the latest updates here. Okay, the Prime Minister's office statement is as follows. This is according to Haaretz. This is what the Israeli Prime Minister's office said. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Defense Minister Israel Katz have instructed the IDF to act with strength against the Hamas terrorist organization in the Gaza Strip. This follows Hamas's repeated refusal to release our hostages and its rejection of all the proposals it received from U.S. President Trump's envoy, Steve Witkoff, and from the mediators. The IDF is currently targeting Hamas terrorist organization objectives across the Gaza Strip with the goal of achieving the war objectives as determined by the political leadership, including the release of all of our hostages, both the living and the fallen, the statement said. So again, the ceasefire is basically over at this point. Israel has launched major airstrikes, is conducting major airstrikes in Gaza, and they said they are doing this following Hamas's refusal to release the hostages and it's Hamas's rejection of various ceasefire proposals. I do not have any live cameras. If I get them, I'll show them to you. I don't have any right now. I have seen a number of reports of various targets hit, a lot of unconfirmed information floating around. Let me try to get you some more reporting. You know, there are various reports of casualties which I cannot confirm. Al Jazeera says that medical sources told them 34 dead and dozens injured. I cannot confirm these specifics on casualties, but from everything I am hearing, these are major airstrikes. Major airstrikes. So, I mean, this is a huge deal. Axios, I just saw a report from Axios. Barak Ravid reports Israeli officials said that Israel had informed the Trump administration in advance about the planned attacks and the objectives of the renewed military operation in Gaza. Now, how does this impact, the Houthis in Iran and all of this stuff? Wow. Huge news. I'm seeing, there's some photos I can't show the rights to. I'm looking at a photo now, which apparently shows a building in rubble. I mean, a lot of Gaza obviously has been destroyed anyway, but there are various videos and photos coming out of strikes going on. And these are the largest airstrikes since before the ceasefire began in January. Excuse me. Basically, it looks like the war in Gaza has resumed. The Israeli war on Hamas in Gaza, it looks like, has resumed tonight. No, there are no live feeds that I have. I am not going to keep live feeds from you guys. If there are live feeds, I'll show them. I won't be sitting on them, looking at them myself. Yeah, this is not like a targeted strike going after a single target or something. Let's show you some more updates here. And there are, there's some photos floating around, supposedly of victims from the airstrikes. I cannot confirm those photos. I can't show them. Again, if you're just joining us, Israel has resumed military operations against Hamas tonight with major airstrikes, seeming to end the ceasefire. Let me just read this statement again. This is the statement from the Israeli Prime Minister's office. Prime Minister Netanyahu and Defense Minister Katz have instructed the IDF to act with strength against the Hamas terrorist organization in the Gaza Strip. This follows Hamas's repeated refusal to release our hostages and its rejection of all the proposals it received from U.S. President's envoy Steve Witkoff and from the mediators. The IDF is currently targeting Hamas terrorist organization objectives across the Gaza Strip, with the goal of achieving the war objectives as determined by the political leadership, including the release of all our hostages, both the living and the fallen, the statement said. The Israeli Defense Forces said that In accordance with the political leadership, the IDF and ISA are currently conducting extensive strikes on terror targets belonging to the Hamas terrorist organization in the Gaza Strip. They also said following a situational assessment, changes will be made to the IDF Home Front Command's defensive guidelines. As of 2 a.m. today, it is now 3:07 a.m. there. As part of the changes, the areas of the communities in Israel near the Gaza Strip will change from full activity to limited activity, meaning educational activity will not be allowed. It looks like we will not be having a peace deal anytime soon in the Middle East. At this point. They just posted it in English. I read it to you. It was on. They just posted it on X. I read this to you from Telegram. You can see here: Israeli Defense Forces, in accordance with the political leadership, the IDF and ISA are currently conducting extensive strikes on terror targets belonging to the Hamas terrorist organization in the Gaza Strip. About 2 months after the ceasefire began. Al Jazeera reports 4 dead and a number of missing persons in an Israeli bombing of a house in the town of Abbasan, east of Khan Yunis in Gaza. Also, Al Jazeera reports Israeli artillery is shelling the western areas of Rafah city in the south of the Gaza Strip. Also, Al Jazeera reports 3 minutes ago, dozens of wounded arrived at Al Auda Hospital in Jabalia camp as resulting of the airstrikes. Wow, huge news tonight coming out of Israel. I can't show these videos. What I believe is the Hamas Telegram channel is posting purported videos of victims of the airstrikes. Tasnim News Agency, which I believe is Iranian state media, semi-official news agency, in Iran. They report the resumption of Israel's war against the Gaza Strip. A quick thank you to Brian Beelman. I very much appreciate that, Brian. Thanks for your support of the channel. Also, so much. Thanks, Brian. Thank you also, Chris Feilbach. Thank you, Chris. Rhea Sarana, thanks for being a member. Beep Beep, our member. G. Callan, thanks for the memberships. Stacy Bashford and S.J. Gray, thanks for your support. La Calma, thank you. PZ Papa Zulu. Also, Rich Stancliffe. No, I have not heard any kind of reliable reporting about an Iranian ship being hit tonight. I've seen a few very, what I would call unreliable, not well-sourced things on the internet, but nothing reliable about any kind of hostilities involving Iran tonight. If I do, I'll let you know. Thank you also, Sergeant Klein, our member, Interactive for your support, DeShark for the gift memberships, UV Lightning, and I also want to just shout out our moderators here. I really appreciate them being here for our live breaking news coverage. Looks like the end of the ceasefire in Gaza. Wow. Big Ball of Yarn, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3 moderating on Twitch along with McBritches, Sarah, and Surly Dev. Thank you. Also, thanks on Twitch to Quake Clouds and Brainstorm Warning for your support. On YouTube, our moderators Ruth Krafasi, Beth Mythical, thank you. Sarah 55, Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X, and thanks to our Facebook moderators as well. K. Lowry Body. Margaret Riley, thank you to all of our moderators. I really appreciate it. All right, let's try to get you more updates here. Major airstrikes being carried out on Hamas tonight by Israel. Israel saying as a result of Hamas not releasing hostages and not agreeing to any of the peace proposals that Israel has put out there. PW360 mentioned to me that Reuters' Tommy Lund says a senior Hamas official tells Reuters that Israel is unilaterally ending the ceasefire agreement. This coming in the middle of the night their time. It's 3:16 there right now in the morning in Israel and Gaza. Oh, did Hamas release a statement? Hold on a second. There is a Hamas statement. I have a Hamas statement from their Telegram. I'm going to show it to you right now, guys. Here is the new statement from Hamas. Here it is. I just saw it on their Telegram channel. Let me show it to you. Here. It says, "In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful," press release, "Netanyahu and his Nazi government resume their aggression and genocidal war against defenseless civilians in the Gaza Strip. We hold the criminal Netanyahu and the Nazi Zionist occupation fully responsible for the repercussions of the treacherous aggression on Gaza and on the defenseless civilians and our besieged Palestinian people who are being subjected to a brutal war and a systematic policy of starvation." Remember, I believe Israel has not allowed aid into Gaza in a little over 2 weeks now, I think. Netanyahu and his extremist government, says Hamas, are making a decision to overturn the ceasefire agreement, exposing hostages in Gaza, they call them prisoners, to an unknown fate. We demand that the mediators hold Netanyahu and the Zionist occupation fully responsible for violating and overturning the agreement. We call on the Arab League and the Organization of Islamic Cooperation to shoulder their historic responsibility in supporting the steadfastness and valiant resistance of our Palestinian people and in breaking the unjust siege imposed on the Gaza Strip. We call on the United Nations and the UN Security Council to convene urgently to adopt a resolution obligating the occupation to halt its aggression and to adhere to Resolution 2735, which calls for an end to the aggression and withdrawal from the entire Gaza Strip. That is from Hamas. So they say Hamas says that Israel is making the decision to overturn the ceasefire. There are believed to be about, I want to say roughly 59 hostages in Israel, in Gaza, I'm sorry. I believe roughly maybe half of them are believed to be alive, maybe a bit less than half. General numbers I have seen. So that is the Hamas statement they just came out with. Here is the release in English from the Prime Minister of Israel. We were reading this before, a translation of it. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Defense Minister Israel Katz have instructed the IDF to take strong action against the Hamas terrorist organization in the Gaza Strip. This follows Hamas's repeated refusal to release our hostages, as well as its rejection of all the proposals it has received from U.S. Presidential Envoy Steve Witkoff and from the mediators. The IDF is at this time attacking targets of the Hamas terrorist organization throughout the Gaza Strip in order to achieve the objectives of the war as they have been determined by the political, I believe that's leadership, including the release of all of our hostages, the living and the deceased. Israel will from now on act against Hamas with increasing military strength. The operational plan was presented by the IDF over the weekend and approved by the political leadership. There is your statement right there. Huge news. Huge news. Gary Patey says he is surprised, our viewer. Well, I will say this came kind of out of the blue in the sense of I didn't hear talk of this happening tonight. Faytux News, who's a reliable source, says that the defense minister of Israel, Israel Katz, said, if Hamas does not release all the hostages, the gates of hell will open in Gaza and the murderers and rapists of Hamas will meet the IDF with forces they have never known before. Now, I don't know. I mean, remember, Israel has, but they spent about 15 months attacking Hamas in Gaza. So I don't know if there are measures that Israel didn't take that they will now take. But to be clear, I mean, if you were following it at all, you saw that a lot of Gaza is destroyed now because Israel conducted war on Hamas brutally. I mean, with huge destruction, whatever you think about the whole thing. Massive destruction and massive force by Israel. So I don't know if there's some other thing they will do that they haven't done. But just to be clear, they were fighting them from October of 2023 till January of 2025. I don't even know, I have no idea what... I assume the White House has been in the loop on all this. Trey Yingst from Fox News, who is in Israel, says Israeli airstrikes are now targeting locations across Gaza. The ceasefire between Israel and Hamas is over. Hamas is posting pictures and videos that it says are damaged from tonight and pictures and videos of victims. Al Jazeera says medical sources tell them there are 44 dead and dozens injured in Israeli strikes on homes and tents of displaced people in the Gaza Strip. That's what Al Jazeera says medical sources in Gaza are claiming. I cannot confirm those numbers. By the way, I have a shot. I have a hospital shot in Gaza. I have a shot of Nasser Hospital in Gaza. Let me get that on the screen for you. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. Can I get my headphones on? If you give me a second, we might pause for a second while I put my headphones in. This is, hang on. They might lose the shot. The shot just paused. I hope they didn't lose their shot. We'll give it a second. The shot just paused. As soon as I got it on the air. It hasn't been up there for long. I think they might be getting it back. I'm hearing sound again. They have sound back. This is the Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis, Gaza. The shot's coming back. There it is. Also, there's an announcement being made right now by the... There's an announcement being made right now by a spokesperson, I believe, for the Houthis. So I'm going to try to get you what that's all about. There's a Houthi statement going on. I don't think it's in English. Oh. It was earlier. The Houthis earlier claimed that they had attacked for the third time the U.S. aircraft carrier, Truman, USS Truman. That is not confirmed that they actually did do that. But they have claimed that they have launched their third attack in 48 hours, AFP says. Let me get you an update on that, too. Okay, I have the statement by the Houthis. I have the Houthi statement, guys. I'm going to show you the Houthi statement. Okay, so this is a statement from the Houthis in Yemen. Hold on. Obviously, that's not in Gaza. Give me 1 second. I'll put the live shot back on. I just want to read this to you. The Houthis tonight in Yemen put out this statement, and they said, in retaliation to the continued brutal American aggression against our country, on the anniversary of the Great Battle of Badr and as an extension of Islam's march against the tyranny and arrogance, these operations by the Yemeni armed forces come as, over the past few hours, the Yemeni armed forces have successfully, they said. Now, they're saying this, but there's no confirmation of this. But they're saying, oh, hold on, there's an ambulance going in on the live shot here, I think. No, it's not going in. We'll go back to that in a second. The Houthis tonight claim they have successfully targeted the U.S. aircraft carrier Harry Truman in the northern Red Sea with 2 cruise missiles and 2 drones, and targeted a U.S. destroyer with a cruise missile and 4 drones. The targeting of the aircraft carrier, they say, is the third in the past 48 hours. The enemy was struck by a state of confusion, which prompted many of its warships to retreat towards the northern Red Sea region, and an air attack that was being prepared against our country was thwarted. That's what they say. Is any of this true? I don't know. They say, the Houthis tonight, that... I'm going to read some more of their statement. The U.S. aggressor bears all the consequences of militarizing the Red Sea and expanding the scope of confrontation by continuing its aggression against Yemen, which negatively impacts international shipping traffic. The Yemeni armed forces affirm they will not cease targeting all hostile targets in the Red Sea and the Arabian Sea until the aggression against our country stops. They are prepared, relying on Allah to confront any American or Israeli escalation in the coming hours and days. They also say at the end that they salute, the Yemeni armed forces salutes the steadfast Palestinian people in the Gaza Strip, and affirm that they will continue to ban the passage of Israeli ships from the declared zone of operations until the blockade on the Gaza Strip is lifted. So this has been going on in the last few days. The U.S. launching this new military operation against the Houthis. ordered by President Trump. But now we have tonight, we have major Israeli airstrikes, and we're hearing artillery strikes on Gaza. Israel announces it has resumed military operations against Hamas in Gaza. The ceasefire appears to be over. We just saw, you're looking at a hospital there in Khan Yunis, Gaza. We just saw a ambulance pull in. This shot is going in and out. Also, I just saw this via AZ Intel and Factual News both reported this. Factual News says emergency services responding after a plane in near Honduras. A plane carrying at least 15 passengers reportedly crashes into waters off of Honduras's Bay Islands, according to local media. The El Heraldo newspaper in Honduras says that a plane with more than a dozen passengers crashed at the Roatan Airport in the Bay Islands Department. Uh, 15 people and 2 pilots were being transported on the aircraft, according to El Heraldo. So I will keep you updated if I hear more about that. I'm going to post a video from a Palestinian news outlet supposedly showing some destruction from these airstrikes. I cannot confirm it. I just posted it in the chat. If I get some more, I'll post it in the chat as well. I know this live shot is going in and out, but it's the one I have right now. Al Jazeera Palestine reports, medical sources told us at least 59 dead and dozens injured in these airstrikes. Again, I cannot confirm those numbers. Here is a purported video. Hold on a second here. What is this video? What is that video? Hang on. I might have another video I want to post in the chat here. If you give me 2 seconds. Give me a second here. Okay, purported video of an airstrike in Gaza tonight. I will post the link in the chat for you. I don't have the rights to the video myself. All right, well, that live shot is not up right now. We'll hopefully get it back. Ynet says the chief of staff commanded the surprise Israeli attack. Calling this a surprise Israeli attack. Con News Israel, oh, here we go. Con News Israel, we do see ambulances going in and out. We see a number of ambulance activity, a bunch of ambulance activity at this hospital in Khan Yunis, Gaza. Yoav Zaiton, who is a reporter with Ynet in Israel, is reporting that the operation, the complex operation, was planned by the Air Force to maximize the elimination of as many terrorists as possible by surprise simultaneously. Also, he says Israel leaves room for continued negotiations. At this stage, it appears this is an air operation, not a ground operation. Interesting, from Yoav Zaiton. Also, Khan News reports that senior figures in Hamas's political wing and commanders were among the targets attacked. Khan News Israel says that the U.S. was briefed before the attacks were carried out. Khan News says among those people attacked were mid-level Hamas commanders, senior figures in the political wing, and its infrastructure. They say Khan News says the attack is expected to expand beyond air activity. Israel announced after the attack began that it was taking some defensive measures, announcing that in places near Gaza, for example, they stopped educational activities. Also, I see here there were train lines to Sderot, which is near Gaza, canceled or temporarily shut down. But for now, it looks like this is the end of the ceasefire. Oh, I'm supposed to get some video, some more video coming in that I can show you. AZ Intel says more about the Honduras plane crash. AZ Intel, I guess, quoted a Honduras site, Honduras news outlet, that said a plane experienced engine failure during takeoff and crashed into the sea off of Honduras's Bay Islands, according to TSI Honduras. $15 to 20 people on board. Barak Ravid with Axios reports that an Israeli official said that in recent days, Hamas had been preparing to carry out new attacks against Israel and has taken steps to rearm. Also, this official tells Barak Ravid the IDF kept the plan top secret and within a relatively small circle in order to surprise Hamas. Again, major surprise airstrikes by Israel on Hamas tonight in Gaza. It appears the ceasefire is over. Oh, update here. I just saw right now a person I follow on X who posts about Palestine stuff says new bombing at this moment in Gaza City. So it's possible there are new strikes going on. I'll see if I can find out anything more about that. Al Arabiya, Arabic news outlet, 5 minutes ago, said their correspondent says Israeli artillery is shelling the eastern areas of Gaza City as we see some more ambulance activity here in Khan Yunis. Al Jazeera reports that an Israeli army official said the attack on Gaza will continue as long as necessary and will expand beyond airstrikes. That's a big question. Are we going to see, large ground force operations in Gaza against Hamas? Let me again read you the statement from the Israeli Prime Minister's office. By the way, thank you to Michael McIsaac and Northwatch and Natasha and Wildcat Mahone and Sevenfold and N3 Honest and Brian Beelman. Thank you, Brian, and Pink Volo and Andrew B. Northwatch says, seems like U.S. attacks hit Yemen leadership and launch sites before Israel restarted operations. Maybe they don't want more missiles, drones being sent from Yemen to Israel. I don't know if there's any connection, as another ambulance pulls in there, I don't know if there's any connection between the U.S. operations of the last few days targeting the Houthis in Yemen and this happening now. I mean, it's an interesting thought that they would be done right before Israel attacks to maybe weaken any kind of Houthi response to Israel, but I don't know if there's a connection between those. It's an interesting thought. All right, here's a headline. Now, this is an AP story here. Oh, hold on a second. Now, this is, I can't confirm these numbers here. At least 44 people killed in new Israeli strikes against Hamas, Gaza officials say. Israel launched a new wave of airstrikes across the Gaza Strip, saying it was striking Hamas's targets in its heaviest assault in the territory since a ceasefire took effect in January, says AP. As another ambulance we see here, Prime Minister Netanyahu said he had ordered the strikes because of a lack of progress in the ongoing talks to extend the ceasefire. It was not immediately clear if the operation was a one-time pressure tactic or if the 17-month-old war was being resumed altogether. Netanyahu's office said this comes after Hamas repeatedly refused to release our hostages and rejected all offers it received from the U.S. presidential envoy Steve Witkoff and from the mediators. Taher Nunu, a Hamas official, criticized the Israeli attacks, says AP. The international community faces a moral test, said the Hamas official. Either it allows the return of the crimes committed by the Israeli occupation army, or it enforces a commitment to ending the aggression and war against innocent people in Gaza. In Gaza, explosions could be heard at various locations, and ambulances were arriving at Al-Aqsa Hospital in central Gaza. This is Khan Yunis, a hospital there, Nasser Hospital. And we see, this is in southern Gaza. We periodically see ambulances arriving here. AP says the strikes came 2 months after a ceasefire was reached to pause the war. Over 6 weeks, Hamas released nearly 36 hostages in exchange for nearly 2,000 Palestinian prisoners. But since the first phase of the ceasefire ended 2 weeks ago, the sides have not been able to agree on a way forward with a second phase aimed at releasing the nearly 60 remaining hostages and ending the war altogether. Netanyahu has repeatedly threatened to resume the war, and early this month, he cut off the entry of all food and aid deliveries into Gaza to put pressure on Hamas. Netanyahu's office also said tonight Israel will from now on act against Hamas with increasing military strength. AP reports that a resumption of the war threatens to reverse any progress made in recent weeks towards halting Gaza's humanitarian crisis. There is vast destruction in Gaza. AP also says Hamas is believed to have 24 living hostages and the bodies of 35 others. Huge news tonight. This is a huge development. And I gotta say, I mean, we've heard reports calling it a surprise attack. I was not hearing news reporting suggesting that this was going to happen anytime soon. Thank you, Margin Call, who says, don't think the markets will be thrilled about this. That's what our viewer Margin Call said. Stickman says, oh no, here we go again. So we have this going on just after, in the last 3 days, the U.S. has been launching airstrikes against the Houthis in Yemen. It's all going on. Oh, local time, it is, I should put up a clock. It's 3:51, I believe. If you give me a second, I'll put up a clock. I just need 2 seconds to do this. Oops. That's not good. Hang on a moment here. Hang on a moment here. How did I do this before? Don't even remember. Okay, I think I got it. I got it. Nasser Hospital, Khan Yunis, Gaza time. Okay. I'm going to put this on the screen right now, if I can. Is this going to work? No. It's a little... Oops. I'll get it. I'll get it. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. It's a little better. But I messed this up. Then this should be a little darker. Leave it. There's your clock. So, you know, what happens now? Do we start seeing rockets fired into Israel from Gaza again? And, you know, I know Hezbollah has been greatly weakened, but do we start seeing that? Do we start seeing the Houthis firing missiles at Israel again in drones? How does this affect, you know, the U.S. relations with countries like Saudi Arabia? And Jordan, who I'm guessing won't be overjoyed with this. What does Iran do now? Lisa Sutz thinks it's all going to kick off again. Let me fix this here. Hang on a moment here. I think I'm hearing a drone too. Seems like. That's better. Here, there's a drone. You can hear the drone. Let's see here. New statement from Hamas. We have a new statement from Hamas. Shout out to AZ Intel for posting this. I didn't realize they had posted this 1 minute ago. I'm going to read you the statement from Hamas. Oh no, 2 minutes ago they said, Major General Mahmoud Abu Wafta, Undersecretary of the Ministry of the Interior in Gaza, was killed as a result of Israeli strikes on Gaza City. They also claim, Hamas, that more than 109 people have died, 75 of them in Khan Yunis, which is where this hospital is. That's what Hamas is claiming. Oh, is there a statement from the White House that just came out? I just saw something about the White House. But I'd like to see that myself. No, it was just a report that somebody in the White House said something. Is that from tonight? Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. Was Carolyn Levitt on Hannity? Did she talk about this? I'm going to find out right now. I'm rewinding through Hannity tonight. Okay, I see Carolyn Levitt, but is she talking about the new strikes? Let's see. She said the White House was consulted. Carolyn Levitt was on Hannity tonight. I'm just looking at what she said. The White House press secretary. All right. In case you missed it, I'm going to read you what the Prime Minister's Office of Israel said and what Hamas said. The Prime Minister's Office of Israel said, Prime Minister Netanyahu and Defense Minister Israel Katz have instructed the IDF to take strong action against the Hamas terrorist organization in the Gaza Strip. This follows Hamas's repeated refusal to release our hostages, as well as its rejection of all the proposals it has received from the U.S. presidential envoy Steve Witkoff and from the mediators. The IDF is at this time attacking targets of the Hamas terrorist organization throughout the Gaza Strip in order to achieve the objectives of the war as they have been determined by the political echelon during the release of all of our hostages. Including the release of all of our hostages, the living and the deceased. Israel will from now on act against Hamas with increasing military strength. The operational plan was presented by the IDF over the weekend and approved by the political leadership. So that's what, give me one moment. That's what Israel said, and here is what Hamas said right here. Let me show you what Hamas had to say. Hamas said, Netanyahu and his Nazi government resume their aggression and genocidal war against defenseless civilians in the Gaza Strip. We hold the criminal Netanyahu and the Nazi Zionist occupation fully responsible for the repercussions of the treacherous aggression on Gaza. Treacherous, betrayal. because it was like during a ceasefire, basically, is why they're saying that. And on the defenseless civilians and our besieged Palestinian people who are being subjected to a brutal war and a systematic policy of starvation. Netanyahu and his extremist government are making a decision to overturn the ceasefire agreement, exposing hostages in Gaza, which they call prisoners, to an unknown fate. We demand that the mediators hold Netanyahu and the Zionist occupation fully responsible for violating and overturning the ceasefire agreement. We call on the Arab League and the Organization of Islamic Cooperation to shoulder their historic responsibility in supporting the steadfastness and valiant resistance of our Palestinian people and in breaking the unjust siege imposed on the Gaza Strip. We call on the UN and the UN Security Council to convene urgently to adopt a resolution obligating the occupation to halt its aggression and to adhere to Resolution 2735, which calls for an end to the aggression and withdrawal from the entire Gaza Strip. That is from Hamas. You're hearing multiple drones now in Gaza, in that shot there. Oh, hold on a second here. Give me a moment. I may have some other footage coming up. Hold on a second here. Maybe. There's another ambulance right there. We've seen a bunch of ambulances. Trying to bring you the latest updates here. 4:05 a.m. right now, local time. Manny Fabian of the Times of Israel reports that the Israeli military has launched an extensive wave of airstrikes across the Gaza Strip, targeting mid-level Hamas commanders, members of the terror group's Politburo, and its infrastructure. According to the IDF, dozens of strikes have been carried out so far. These strikes came, according to Manny Fabian of Times of Israel, these strikes came after the IDF says it identified preparedness by Hamas to launch attacks on Israel, along with its efforts to regroup and rearm. The defense minister said the strikes also came after Hamas has refused to release hostages. Another ambulance coming in. Another ambulance coming in right there to Nasser Hospital. Manny Fabian reports the IDF intends to continue the airstrikes as long as necessary and widen the surprise assault beyond an aerial campaign if it is ordered to. If it is ordered to. Not clear if that's going to happen. The IDF says it is deployed and prepared on all fronts, including with heightened alert with its air defenses. The IDF Chief of Staff is managing the operation with Shin Bet Chief Ronan Bar from the IDF headquarters. Following an assessment, it was decided to postpone school in the Gaza border communities of Israel, as well as halt the train line to Sderot, which is right near the border with Gaza. The IDF says it will not be detailing further information on the campaign at this time for occupational security reasons. The plans had been kept in secret until now for the IDF to have the element of surprise. That is from Manny Fabian of Times of Israel. Shahab News Agency, which I believe is a Palestinian outlet. I'm hearing more sirens. Palestinian, yes. Shahab is affiliated with Hamas. So a Hamas-affiliated media outlet is claiming that 16 dead from the Barhoum family as a result of the bombing of displaced people's tents in Khan Yunis. That I cannot confirm. Palestinian news outlet Quds News Network says dead and wounded in Israel's bombing of the Al-Bach building in Jabalia. Look, if it we have seen Israeli reporting tonight that said Israel was going after higher ups in Hamas. Well, that could certainly involve attacking buildings. 2 minutes ago, Palestine, PAL-DF, which is a Palestinian news source I follow, popular Palestinian news force. They say Israeli aircraft bombed the Al-Bach building surrounding the Omari Mosque in the center of Jabalia, north of the Gaza Strip. So apparently these strikes are still going on. Jabalia is in northern Gaza. Al-Sharq, which is a popular Arabic language news outlet, says a Palestinian source tells us, as of 5 minutes ago, Israeli strikes on Gaza are continuing. So a number of Palestinian outlets reporting that strikes continue. Aleph, who I follow, Aleph, at @it's my turn, says reports say another wave of Israeli airstrikes are happening now in Gaza. Hamas reports. I have a report from Hamas. Hamas says that Abu Obeida al-Jamasi, a member of the Hamas political bureau, and his family were killed in the recent airstrikes in Gaza. A few minutes ago, Hamas said that Major General Mahmoud Abu Wafta, Undersecretary of the Ministry of the Interior in Gaza, was also killed in these airstrikes. Al Arabiya says, is reporting, I cannot confirm this, that the number of dead from the Israeli strikes tonight tops 150. Thank you, DJ. DJ says last week the left were the more warmongers. Today it's the right. Make up your minds. Thank you, DJ. And Brian Beelman. Brian thinks it's impossible to ever fix this conflict. Hearing more sirens. BC Angel thinks this is devastating news. Let's see here. Yeah, I think you're hearing drones flying above there. Another ambulance coming in. More ambulances. We're seeing a lot of ambulances. KNB says this is messed up. I just think back to just a couple months ago, where when the ceasefire first started, you had videos of people celebrating in Gaza, people returning to their homes or their areas where they were living before, if their homes weren't there. And I don't know if we're in, this certainly does not suggest the ceasefire is in a good place. Maybe the end of the ceasefire. But are we going to start seeing major ground operations by Israel? That I do not know. Maybe I will ask a poll question, which is, will Israel launch major ground operations? I'll put that poll. I don't know where this is going next. Hang on. Hey, thanks to Douthis on Twitch for your support. Thank you, Douthis. Let me just post the poll on Facebook if I can. Oh, I see. Hearing sirens. Certainly seeing a lot of ambulances. There's another one. So I'm going to show you their poll results. I asked you guys, I said, will Israel launch major ground operations? Our viewers on YouTube are saying right now, 81% of you say yes. On Facebook, 63% say yes. And on Twitch, 71% say yes. So the large majority of you think that Israel is going to launch major ground operations. Thank you, Plug Jug Farms, by the way. Let me give you an update here from Reuters in a second. All right, thank you for voting in the poll. 2 ambulances right there. Red Crescent, which is like it's the Red Cross version in Gaza there. Some countries it's the Red Crescent. Third, look at that, another ambulance. There's a lot of them. Let me give you an update here from Reuters. Reuters reports Israel attacks targets in Gaza as ceasefire deadlock breaks. There's the headline right there. They said the Israeli military said it hit targets across Gaza tonight, ending a weeks-long standoff over extending the ceasefire that halted fighting in January, with Palestinian health ministry officials reporting at least 100 dead. Look at, we got 4 ambulances right now on the screen at once. 5 ambulances at once. Lego Mike says another one. Reuters reports that strikes were reported in multiple locations in Gaza, including northern Gaza, Gaza City, and the Deir al-Bala, Khan Yunis, and Rafah, and central and southern Gaza Strip, really across Gaza. Palestinian health ministry officials said many of the dead were children. I cannot confirm that. The Israeli military, which said it hit dozens of targets, said the strikes would continue for as long as necessary and would extend beyond airstrikes. Look, oh, is this call to prayer? I think we're hearing call to prayer right now. Thank you, Andrew L., who thought this was inevitable. Paula Thompson says, I hope they have enough supplies and doctors. This is the only live shot I have right now. Reuters reports that the Israeli military, which said it hit dozens of targets, said the strikes would continue for as long as necessary and would extend beyond airstrikes. These attacks tonight were far wider in scale than the regular series of drone strikes the Israeli military has said it has conducted against individuals or small groups of suspected militants, and follows weeks of failed efforts to agree to an extension to the truce that was agreed to on January 19th. Hamas said Israel had overturned the ceasefire agreement, leaving the fate of 59 hostages, roughly half still alive, in Gaza uncertain. Al Jazeera says Gaza health officials, again, I don't know if this is true, are claiming that 131 people have died. Look, I mean, the reporting says Israel has been targeting in this strike, important people in Hamas. It was nighttime. I'm guessing people were, in buildings, a lot of people, not just sleeping outside. Israel has before. We've seen it over the last year and a half. Sometimes if they have a target in a building, a residential building, they will take out the building if they feel the target is important enough for them. So I certainly would not be surprised if there were a lot of dead and injured tonight from these strikes. I can't confirm that, but I would not be surprised. There's another ambulance right there. Loving Life says war is just awful. Al Mayadeen, Middle Eastern Arabic language news outlet, says their correspondent says it is not known where the attacks are taking place due to their wide scope, and ambulances are facing difficulty in rescue operations. Al-Hadath says the Gaza Health Ministry, which I believe is affiliated with Hamas, is saying 150 people have died. I cannot confirm that number. Al Mayadeen also reports ambulances are facing difficulty in rescue operations as they have been unable to respond to distress calls. The Economist's Anshel Pfeffer, who's with The Economist, he believes the ceasefire is now over. This is interesting. He says that this is just the first stage, as another ambulance comes in, of what could potentially be a much larger ground offensive, which has been prepared by IDF. Whether it happens depends on whether the Trump administration thinks a new ceasefire can be reached. Interesting analysis from Anshel Pfeffer. Reuters reports a White House spokesperson said Israel had consulted with the U.S. administration before it carried out the strikes tonight, which the military said targeted mid-level Hamas commanders and leadership officials, as well as infrastructure belonging to Hamas. With the backing of the U.S., Israel had been pressing for the return of the remaining 59 hostages still in Gaza in exchange for a longer-term truce that would have halted fighting until after Ramadan and the Jewish Passover holiday in April. However, Hamas had been insisting on moving to negotiations for a permanent end to the war and a full withdrawal of Israeli forces from Gaza, in accordance with the terms of the original ceasefire agreement. Each side has accused the other of failing to respect the terms of the original January ceasefire agreement. Until now, though, a full return to the fighting had been avoided until tonight. Palestinian health authorities and witnesses contacted by Reuters reported damage in numerous areas of Gaza, where hundreds of thousands are living in makeshift shelters or damaged buildings. A building, according to medics and witnesses, Reuters reports, a building in Gaza City in the northern end of the Strip was hit, and at least 3 houses were hit in Deir al-Balah in central Gaza. In addition, the strikes hit targets in the southern cities of Khan Yunis and Rafah. Much of Gaza now lies in ruin. Oh, I'm seeing some other video here. What is this video? I gotta be careful here. I might have some video to play you in a second. I can't show you like graphic stuff. Well, that's a person who's all bandaged up, so I don't want to show you that. That's not live. I'm seeing some video on AFP from this hospital, actually. It looks like somebody was on the ground with a camera and took video, but I can't show like a wounded person on a stretcher. I have to be careful about that. Dodger Blue says, what is there left to destroy? What was I going to look at here? I was just going to look something up. Oh, they actually just showed, on AFP, they showed an ambulance pulling up, and it appeared that dead bodies were in the back of it. Basically, it looks like AFP got some footage. Somebody's been going right down there with a camera. But there's somebody carrying, again, it's just some video recorded earlier tonight, a person carrying a child into the emergency area. Thank you to, by the way, Patricia Banks. Patricia says, wars and rumors of wars. If I were the astronauts, I would stay up there where it's peaceful. Another ambulance coming in right here. Thank you also, Shadows 6530, who says, why can't we just have peace? Yeah, again, AFP has a video that they've put out, I think, which appears to be somebody over like the last hours to maybe at this hospital, just showing people being taken into the hospital. I can't show you, victims and bodies and stuff. I have to respect the rules of the terms of service of the different platforms. But I'm watching it right now, and it's from this hospital, and it's just somebody with a camera as these ambulances pull up and pull people out of the back, and they pull people in on stretchers and stuff. I mean, I have the rights to show it. I just can't. It'd be a violation of the terms of service if I did, so I can't do that. Valor says the ceasefire has collapsed. Brian Beelman says, amazing, they will destroy everything. Well, this is not good. I don't know where this is all going. With the broadcast pause for the moment. Last time it did this, and then we got it back. So AP says Israel has launched a wave of airstrikes across the Gaza Strip, saying it was hitting Hamas targets in its heaviest assault in the territory since a ceasefire took effect in January. Further live coverage is expected. Prime Minister Netanyahu said he had ordered the strikes because of a lack of progress in ongoing talks to extend the ceasefire. Colin Schultz, our viewer, says, no more fighting, WTF. Thank you, Captain Jerry Donnelly, who says, please just stop fighting over historic dirt. We're waiting to get the camera back. Battle VR says, what will sunrise look like? I'm seeing okay, they're just bringing like there's actually video of people being brought into the hospital we were looking at on like donkeys. Like somebody gets carried in on a cart. Again, I'm sorry, I'm just describing to you because I can't show these videos of these victims, but there is video of a lot of these ambulances pulling up and people being brought in. But I've seen a couple of them where like these donkey carts pull people up to the front. Marnie says, I have seen that before. So what happens next here? Are we going to see major Israeli ground operations? Is there any room for negotiation to continue after this? We're waiting to get that live shot back. By the way, thanks to John Deeds on Twitch and Elia Winsong. All right, as soon as we get that live shot back, I'll show it to you. Haaretz reports that the Red Crescent says 86 dead, 134 wounded in these strikes. New update. Al Jazeera just reported Israeli tanks are shelling the southern and eastern areas of Rafah city, south of the Gaza Strip. So apparently more shelling going on right now. Let me show you where this is. Right here. This is on Google Maps here. But we have Israel here. Hold on. Israel here, Gaza in here. And so what you can have is Israeli tanks near the border shelling, well, I mean Rafah, we're hearing reports of, Al Jazeera reports, Israeli tanks are shelling the eastern and southern areas of Rafah. You know, it's only roughly about, 4 or 5 miles to the Israeli border from there. But not just airstrikes. We're hearing artillery, and that's a report I just saw. That just got posted by Al Jazeera. I can't confirm them. Hamas is posting what it says are photos of people who were killed. Oh, we got the live shot back. Here it is. Here's the shot from the hospital in Gaza. It is 4:40 a.m. there. It is believed there are around 25 living hostages in Gaza. More airstrikes going on. Palestinian Information Center, a popular Palestinian news account I follow, says Israeli airstrike targets eastern areas of Gaza City. That is in north central Gaza, I believe, Gaza City. Northern Gaza. Gaza City in here. So just hearing that right now about another airstrike targeting eastern areas of Gaza City. So we're hearing about airstrike in Gaza City, artillery, tank fire hitting Rafah. Oh, also another report that I just saw from Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera correspondent says Israeli tanks are shelling the eastern areas of Abbasan town in Khan Yunis, which is where this hospital is in Khan Yunis, coinciding with intense gunfire. So we're hearing about new airstrikes, about new tank fire. I don't know where the gunfire is coming from, but this is an ongoing operation from everything I can tell. Why don't you hear it? I mean, this could be several miles away. Could be a couple miles away. I don't know if you'd normally hear it. Maybe I don't know if you would or you would not normally hear it with the buildings in the way and stuff. I don't know. Maybe you would. I'm not sure. I'm just not sure. Did you guys hear a boom? Some people said they heard a boom. Some of our viewers thought they heard a boom. I'll turn up the volume a little bit. I have an update for you. Oh no. What is that? Palestinian Information Center, a Palestinian news outlet, says appeals to rescue people trapped under the rubble of homes destroyed by Israeli warplanes in the Gaza Strip, with civil defense crews unable to do so due to the lack of necessary equipment. I would not at all be surprised if there are people trapped under rubble. Would not at all be surprised. Given the number of strikes we're hearing about, I would expect it, unfortunately. Our viewer Murph thinks maybe there will be a large operation of ground troops going in there. We'll have to see. Sports card collector says, I wonder if the ground operation could start as soon as when the sun rises or later. Only time will tell. Just don't know. I don't know if there will be one. We don't know right now. Daniel Lombard asked about the power situation in Gaza. I don't really know who has power from generators, and is there any non-generator power. I have to imagine it's not good, but I don't know the exact situation with the power there. It's a good question, but I do not know. Thank you, by the way, to Naomi Nocturnell and G. Scott Deary and Peter DeCoste. Peter thinks it's no coincidence the timing of the U.S. attacks on the Houthis. A couple of our viewers have thought the timing was connected, because the Houthis have been attacking Israel in support of the Palestinians in Gaza. But the last few days, the U.S. has launched a bunch of airstrikes on the Houthis. Yeah, I don't have access. AP is showing a shot, one of those Gaza shots that we used to... That was 2 booms right there. We just heard 2 booms. We just heard 2 booms right there. Just heard it. I don't know what that was. Just heard it. Yeah, I can't show the AP shot, but we might get other shots. I don't know. But we just heard something there. That might have been 1 boom and then an echo, but we definitely heard something there. That might have been, Dawn thinks it's artillery. I don't know what it was. 2 booms, but I don't know if one was an echo, but we just heard it. By the way, NASA is showing the hatch closing because 4 astronauts who are on the space station, including Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, are getting into their craft so they can begin the journey back to Earth. But I'm focusing on this right now. Hamas claims that over 200 people have died in these strikes. Tim Luong says it is a war situation. Update. I think this is what we might have just heard. Palestinian Information Center, Palestinian news outlet, said 1 minute ago, heavy Israeli airstrikes on Khan Yunis. That is where this hospital is. Now, this report came out 1 minute ago, but I think we might have heard an airstrike. I'm not sure, but anyways, that was just reported. I think we heard this before. Manny Fabian said among the dead, according to Palestinian media, is Mahmoud Abu Wafta, a senior Hamas security official. Mahmoud Abu Wafta. Abu Wafta was the deputy head of Hamas's interior ministry. Hearing a drone or drones. Oh, I have a statement from Carolyn Levitt, or something she said tonight, the press secretary. AP says that Carolyn Levitt, the White House press secretary, said the Trump administration and the White House were consulted by the Israelis on their attacks in Gaza tonight. As President Trump has made it clear, Hamas, the Houthis, Iran, all those who seek to terrorize not just Israel, but also the U.S., will see a price to pay. All hell will break loose, she said on Fox News. Thank you, Chris Brinkman. Chris thinks it could have been tank fire, we heard. That's possible. I'm just going off of, reporting that says recently there were airstrikes, but that I don't know. Modern skeptic is wondering if this could complicate President Trump's call with Putin tomorrow about about the Ukraine, Russia, the Russian invasion of Ukraine in the ceasefire negotiations. That I do not know. It's a good question. Thank you, Modern Skeptic. Ushal77 thinks this is just the start. Yeah, I can't use cameras I don't have the rights to, so I can't just take everything I can find off the internet. I can only use what I have the rights to. If you missed it, Prime Minister of Israel's office said that Prime Minister Netanyahu and Defense Minister Katz have instructed the IDF to take strong action against the Hamas terrorist organization in the Gaza Strip. This follows Hamas's repeated refusal to release our hostages, as well as its rejection of all the proposals it has received from U.S. Presidential Envoy Steve Witkoff and then from mediators. Says Prime Minister of Israel's office, the IDF is at this time attacking targets of the Hamas terrorist organization throughout the Gaza Strip in order to achieve the objectives of the war as they have been determined by the political leadership, including the release of all of our hostages, the living and the deceased. Israel will from now on act against Hamas with increasing military strength. The operational plan was presented by the IDF over the weekend and approved by the political leadership, says the Prime Minister's office. A surprise Israeli large major airstrike attack on Hamas and Gaza tonight, seeming to end the ceasefire. Seeming to. Almost 5 a.m. there. Barak Ravid of Axios reports that a White House National Security Council spokesperson told him Hamas could have released hostages and extended the ceasefire, but instead it chose defiance and war. So, as I understand it, in the second part of the ceasefire, it was supposed to be a negotiation for a permanent end to the war. And then Israel in the U.S. started asking, I believe Israel started asking Hamas to give up more hostages but without an end to the war. My point is that I'm guessing those hostages are very valuable bargaining chips to Hamas, as terrible as that sounds. So I would not expect Hamas is going to give up those hostages very easily. And they might feel that those hostages are their big bargaining chip for whether Hamas is allowed to stay in Gaza, whether Hamas is given any kind of role in post-war Gaza. So my guess is if you say to Hamas, well, just give us the rest of the hostages over the next month, they're probably going to say no, because they want to use those hostages to help preserve themselves and preserve their role in post-war Gaza. Hamas had made an offer a few days ago to reduce to I think release 1 living hostage and 4 bodies, but I don't know what the specifics on that were. At the moment, but this is what came of that. I mean, again, nothing came of it in terms of an actual exchange. I don't know the specifics behind that, though. More, another ambulance there. Fox News headline says ceasefire is over as Israel strikes Gaza after Hamas refused to release hostages. Again, after they refused to release hostages is, just to be clear, there was a negotiation going on, and the two sides did not agree. It's not the case that they had an agreement and then all of a sudden Hamas said we're not releasing the hostages. All right, here's another image. Oh, look at this, wow, look at this. Okay, I'm seeing a bunch of people there. Let me just be careful. All right, I don't want to see bodies. I just want to make sure we're not seeing bodies. They're pulling something up from, okay, I can't show what they just showed. They pulled somebody up. It looked like he was unconscious. That's why I stopped showing that shot. I'll get you back on there. But they just pulled somebody up who looked like they were unconscious. And now they're pulling off what looks like a body, which I can't show. It's like a body in a blanket. So, got to be careful with this stuff. I think they might be done pulling those people out. I want to make sure, though. But there was somebody who was clearly either dead or unconscious. Yes, so in the back of that truck, there's also another body. They're pulling out several bodies wrapped in blankets. I don't know if those people are alive. It's a truck with like a bunch of stuff on it, but in the back, it looks like there's still a few bodies. I'm sorry, I can't show bodies being pulled out. So the truck is still there. All right, it's driving away now. Why don't I show it? Because it's against the terms of service of the platforms. That's why I don't show it. I'm not allowed to show dead bodies. Anyways, but they pulled a guy off who looked like he was unconscious or dead, and then they pulled off, I think, 2 or 3 looked like bodies in blankets or rugs. Look, I would not be surprised if there's a lot of people in rubble right now. Yeah, Alex Ward's with Wall Street Journal says the White House statement says National Security Council spokesman Brian Hughes said Hamas could have released hostages to extend the ceasefire, but instead chose refusal in war. Again, there was a negotiation going on, so you know, if the choice was for Hamas was you can extend the ceasefire 1 more month by releasing all the rest of the hostages, that's probably not going to be something that Hamas goes for. Because that's not an end to the war. I'm not saying you need to be on one side or the other, but just to be clear, you know, I don't think it should be a surprise if that's what was being asked of them. By the way, thank you to Jen Na who thinks Israel broke the ceasefire agreement. Thank you, Gamer Chris, Ronald Kame for the memberships, Shadow6530, and Macro Geek. Also, thank you to our moderators who are here. We have, they're showing. I can't show this. AFP is showing another body being brought in. Oh, that's not good. AFP has some graphic video, which I clearly cannot show you, of some bodies being brought into a room full of bodies. Yeah, that I obviously cannot show. Just heard a boom right now. Just heard a boom on this stream. We just heard it. Another boom. I don't know what that was, but we just heard it. Thank you to Ruth Krafasi and Sabrina for moderating. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. Another boom right there. Just heard another one. Just heard another one. Thank you to our Twitch moderators, A Moment of Lovely, Good Luck Duck, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and Surly Dev, and our Facebook mods, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body. Thank you to all of our moderators. Thank you, Lou Green, for subscribing over there on Facebook. Martha Crawford, thank you. Kay and Margaret, thank you for subscribing as well. So we definitely just heard 2 booms. And look, here's another car coming in. Now, I'll stay with this as long as I can. That looks like a private car, not even an ambulance. All right, so they're backing it in. That doesn't even look like an ambulance. It's like they're unloading it in the back there. Another boom. We just heard another boom right now. Okay, breaking news. Breaking news. Al Mayadeen is reporting heavy airstrikes in Khan Yunis. I believe you are hearing airstrikes as another ambulance comes in. I believe you're hearing airstrikes. All right, hang on a second. I want to just cut away from this if I have to. But Al Mayadeen reports heavy airstrikes. Another ambulance coming in. Maybe from, wow. But Al Mayadeen says heavy airstrikes in Khan Yunis, which is the city where this hospital is. We just have heard about 4 booms in the last 5 minutes. And I'm going to be careful here with not showing anything too close up. You can't really see close up what's going on there. A person on a stretcher, it looks like, but nothing close. I don't want it to get graphic, so I'm not going to show anything too graphic. Wow. Al Jazeera reports that 77 bodies have arrived at this hospital tonight. That's from Al Jazeera. Their correspondent says 77 bodies have arrived, and there is footage of bodies arriving. I just can't show it to you. This is Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis. Another boom. We just heard another boom. Just heard another one. Airstrikes reportedly going on now in Khan Yunis, where this hospital is in southern Gaza. There's another ambulance pulling in, taking more people inside. It's like taking somebody out the side there. Another boom. We're hearing a lot of booms right now. We just heard another one. We are hearing strikes, it sounds like. Someone thought they heard a door closing for one of the booms. That's possible, but we heard a bunch of booms, so. Al Arabiya reports that Israeli strikes on the Gaza Strip have resumed. Al Arabiya just reported that. So reports saying more airstrikes going on. Oh, Al Arabiya reports that their correspondent says Israeli artillery shelling resumes in northern Gaza Strip, Beit Hanun. That's right near, it's like the northeast Gaza Strip near Israel. Well, it's all near Israel, but right near the border. The ambulances keep coming in. There's another one coming in. Major strikes. A surprise wave of strikes by Israel tonight. Ongoing. End of the ceasefire, it looks like. More ambulances. Look, the ambulances that the whole time we've been on the air, they've been coming in. .5:17 a.m. local time right now. Al Jazeera reports, new report from Al Jazeera, as an ambulance peels away. Al Jazeera reports dead and wounded as the result of an Israeli strike on a house sheltering displaced people in the Kirbet area north of Rafah City. I can't confirm that report, but we are hearing multiple reports of new Israeli strikes. Also, another report from Al Mayadeen channel. Palestinian press sources say strikes targeting the northern areas of Beit Lahia in northern Gaza, coinciding with artillery shelling by Israel. These strikes have been hitting a bunch of different areas in Gaza tonight: northern Gaza, southern Gaza, central Gaza. Also, Al Jazeera just reported there are people who are injured by Israeli artillery shelling in the town of Kuza, east of Khan Yunis. This is Khan Yunis here, in the southern Gaza Strip. Another ambulance coming in. They keep coming, these ambulances. Trey Yinkst says, horrific images already circulating from inside Gaza. Trey is with Fox News. The aftermath of Israeli airstrikes. One shows a small baby wearing a jumpsuit with rainbows on it who was killed. The death toll continues to rise. See, the sun is coming up. Thank you, Brian Beelman and Beep Beep and Tanner Toxicity. Tanner says, if you're wondering why you see a lot of children in Gaza, it's because 40% of the population is under 14. Thank you, AK. Look, this was not a big ground operation tonight. This was airstrikes. Airstrikes and artillery fire. And, you know, it was a surprise attack. You know, I'm guessing there weren't a lot of Hamas people, like, walking around in the open. So my guess is that a lot of buildings were targeted. And even if they have a building with Hamas people in it, there could be other people in the building. So I certainly would not be surprised if there's a lot of dead and injured and people trapped under rubble. two camps think this is just the start. Our viewer Fresh Apple says, I don't see another ceasefire anytime soon. Was that a gunshot? I don't know. I don't know. Al-Mayadeen, which is a popular Arabic language news outlet. Let me tell you what they had to say. They are based in Lebanon. Al-Mayadeen says, that was an explosion right there, it sounded like. That sounded like an explosion, did it not? We've been hearing a number of them. I think I just heard a plane fly overhead too. Al-Mayadeen says Israeli raids have resumed and are violent, especially on areas in Khan Yunis and the entire southern Gaza Strip. So Al-Mayadeen, as another ambulance comes in, reports that there are two ambulances. Al-Mayadeen reports that there are new Israeli strikes, powerful strikes in the southern Gaza Strip, including Khan Yunis, where this hospital is. I'll be going to be careful here. Okay, that person's walking with a bandage on their head and on their arm. Again, I'm not going to show anything too close up here. Just heard a big boom right there in the background. AFP says Israel on Tuesday unleashed its most intense campaign on the Gaza Strip since a January ceasefire, with rescuers reporting more than 120 killed. I've seen some reports that say over 200 killed, prompting Hamas to accuse Netanyahu's government of torpedoing the ceasefire. Israel said the strikes were ordered after Hamas's repeated refusal to release our hostages, as well as its rejection of all of the proposals it has received from U.S. presidential envoy Steve Witkoff and from the mediators. An Israeli official told AFP the operation will continue as long as necessary and will expand beyond airstrikes. We'll have to see if that happens. In a statement, Hamas said Netanyahu and his extremist government have decided to overturn the ceasefire agreement, exposing the prisoners, meaning hostages, in Gaza to an unknown fate. The initial phase of the ceasefire took effect on January 19th, largely halting more than 15 months of fighting. That first phase ended in early March, and while both sides have refrained from all-out war, they have been unable to agree on the next steps for truce talks. Israel has ordered all schools close to Gaza shut down, as the government in a statement said it would now act with increased military force against Hamas, says AFP. U.S. negotiator Steve Witkoff told CNN today, on Sunday he had offered a bridge proposal that would see 5 living hostages, including an Israeli American, released in return for freeing a substantial amount of Palestinian prisoners. Hamas said it was ready to free that American Israeli and the remains of 4 others, who they said are Israeli American bodies. Witkoff said that the Hamas response to the Israeli proposal was unacceptable, and this opportunity is closing fast. Here's a little where the negotiations are at, a little summary of the difference. Former President Biden had outlined a second phase of the ceasefire involving the release of all the remaining living hostages, the withdrawal of all Israeli forces left in Gaza, and the establishment of a lasting ceasefire. Israel, however, seeks to extend the first phase until mid-April, insisting that any transition to the second phase must include the total demilitarization of Gaza and the removal of Hamas. As you can imagine, Hamas probably does not want to go along with that. The talks are now at an impasse, with both sides sticking to their positions and accusing each other of obstructing progress. Israel has cut aid and electricity to Gaza during the talks' deadlock. That is from AFP. Thank you, Sharon Sunshine. Sharon Sunshine, our new member, by the way. Yeah, we've heard a number of apparent explosions in this Khan Yunis area while we've been on the air. Thank you also, Captain Jerry Donnelly. Thank you, Captain Jerry Donnelly. I had not really heard rumblings this would happen. I'd heard rumblings that maybe at some point Israel would start up the war, but I had not seen reporting suggesting any kind of big Israeli airstrike attack was imminent. This is being widely reported as a surprise attack. Israeli media reports this as a surprise attack. Al-Qastal News, which is a Palestinian news outlet, I believe. Yes, they report, Al-Qastal News reports, Israeli artillery shelling east in the central Gaza Strip, east of Al-Barej camp. So there might be Israeli tanks right next to Gaza firing into Gaza, for example. Look at all the ambulances coming and going. Keep seeing them. The Wall Street Journal says that President Trump gave Israel a green light to restart attacks after Hamas failed to give up hostages, an Israeli official said. Then Israel gave the U.S. a heads up before beginning. That's what the Wall Street Journal says. The New York Times says it's unclear whether this has ended the ceasefire effectively. We can do another poll question. Is the ceasefire over? I mean in the sense of, obviously tonight is not a ceasefire, but can they get back to negotiating after this or not? I will ask you guys in a quick poll question. Wow. One of our viewers mentioned that President Trump warned Hamas a few days ago. I believe he's given several warnings in recent weeks or months, but I don't know if when he made these warnings, those warnings, he knew that this was going to happen. Will we start seeing some more rockets fired into Israel? Now, obviously, Hamas and Hezbollah have been greatly diminished by the Israeli military response to them and attacks on them. But we'll have to see what happens. Is there a new Hamas statement? I have a new statement from Hamas. Netanyahu's decision to return to war is a decision to sacrifice the hostages and a death sentence against them. That's what they say. I mean, at the same time, those hostages are very valuable to Hamas. Let me show you what they said. New statement here. I hear a plane. I hear a jet. Sounds like an Israeli jet, maybe. Hear that? Oh, let me just show you the poll results. Then we'll talk about the Hamas statement. The new statement. I said, is the ceasefire over? I'm hearing a plane. 83% on YouTube says the ceasefire is over. On Facebook, it's 50-50. Oops. It's 50-50 on Facebook. And then over there on Twitch it is أو المستهلكات الطبية التي نادينا طول الوقت بضرورة إحصائها ونحن الآن نعاني النقص الشديد منها 88-13 من الجرحى بمرشح لزيادة عدد الشهداء Most of you think the ceasefire is over. All right, I'm going to, in a moment, read you the new statement from Hamas. I'll read the statement from Hamas right now. This is the statement from Hamas. You ready? Hamas posted and said, Netanyahu not only prevented food and medicine from entering Gaza, but also bombed and killed Gaza's children while they slept. The occupier did not respect its pledges, nor did it fulfill its obligations to the mediators and to the world, says Hamas. Netanyahu decided to resume the war of extermination and as a lifeboat from his internal crises. Netanyahu's decision to return to the war is a decision to sacrifice Israel's prisoners and a death sentence against them, says Hamas. This crime requires Arab and Islamic countries in the international community to take action to curb Nazi Zionist barbarism and the war of extermination against civilians, says Hamas. Mediators are required to reveal the facts surrounding Netanyahu's reversal of the ceasefire agreement and hold him solely responsible for pouring fuel on the fire in Gaza and the region. The enemy will not achieve through war and destruction what he failed to achieve through negotiations, says Hamas. Military pressure and brutal Zionist aggression will not succeed in the breaking the will of our people and our resistance. We call on the sons of our Arab and Islamic nation and the free people of the world to take to the streets and squares and raise their voices loudly in rejection of the resumption of the Zionist war of extermination against our people in the Gaza Strip. That is the statement from Hamas that they just came out with a few minutes ago, about 20 minutes ago. Oops, sorry here. The poll disappeared. The poll disappeared on Twitch because it's over. That's why that happened. Thank you for voting in our poll.
الطواقم الطبية حتى القليل من الوفود الأجنبية التي سمح الاحتلال بدخولها تقوم الآن بدورها سواء في أقسام الطوارئ أو أقسام العمليات، ولكن حجم المجزرة وحجم الإصابات والشهداء أكبر بكثير من قدرة المستشفيات التي قام الاحتلال.
Thank you, James H. Yeah, the thing about an Iranian ship being sunk, again, there were a couple of online accounts earlier tonight claiming this. I saw no well-sourced reports about this. I've seen no reliable reporting. It just seems like an internet rumor to me. I've seen nothing to suggest it's anything more than an internet rumor. It seems to have gone viral, but I've just seen absolutely nothing to suggest it's true at this point. So if I see anything that I feel is reliable and well-sourced, I will certainly let you know. Once in a while you get these stories that are not well-sourced and they just take off. Quds News Network, a Palestinian news outlet, says dead and wounded as the result of Israeli bombing of a home in Beit Hanun, northern Gaza. Al Qahira News, Arabic language news outlet. Actually, they're an Egyptian news outlet. They say our correspondent says Israeli forces launched a series of new strikes on the Al-Mawasi area west of Khan Yunis in southern Gaza. Quds feed, which is another account Palestinian account I follow, Palestinian news account I follow, says intensive bombing resumes in various areas of Gaza now. Al Arabiya posted 1 minute ago saying, our correspondent says Israeli artillery is shelling targets in the Al-Barej camp area in the central Gaza Strip. Palestinian Information Center, 2 minutes ago, renewed Israeli airstrikes on the southern Gaza Strip. Ooh, what is this? Hold on a second, I just saw something. Israeli news outlet Mariv claims that the background to the attacks is Hamas's readiness to carry out attacks to strengthen and rearm. Comes another ambulance right now. More people needing treatment, being taken in. Thank you, beautiful profanity, for subscribing. Manarelli, thank you for subscribing on Twitch. Also, thank you, Wall Street, for the gift subs. Thank you also to Southpod and Josh Shakalaka. Has the war resumed? Jean Marquis says, this is nuts. Our viewer. Hang on a moment. AP reports Israel launches deadly wave of airstrikes across Gaza after ceasefire talks stall. Prime Minister Netanyahu said he ordered the strikes because of a lack of progress in talks to extend the ceasefire. Officials said the operation was open-ended and was expected to expand. Israel will from now on act against Hamas with increasing military strength, said Netanyahu's office. The surprise attack, AP said, shattered a period of relative calm during the Muslim holy month of Ramadan and raised the prospect of a full return to fighting in a 17-month war. It also raised the question about the fate of the roughly 24 Israeli hostages held by Hamas believed to still be alive. Hamas condemned what it called Israel's unprovoked escalation and said it had put the fate of the hostages in jeopardy. There was no immediate U.S. reaction. Well, we've read a couple of statements. Haven't heard anything from Trump, though, yet. Over the weekend, U.S. envoy Steve Lookner, who has been leading mediation efforts along with Egypt and Qatar, warned that Hamas must release living hostages immediately or pay a severe price. An Israeli official told AP Israel was striking Hamas's military leaders and infrastructure and planned to expand the operation beyond air attacks. The official accused Hamas of attempting to rebuild and plan new attacks. Hamas militants and security forces quickly returned to the streets in recent weeks after the ceasefire went into effect. Israel's defense minister, AP says, Israel Katz, said the gates of hell will open in Gaza if the hostages aren't released. Explosions could be heard throughout Gaza. Gaza's Civil Defense Agency said its crews were having a difficult time carrying out rescue efforts because various areas were being targeted simultaneously. The ceasefire talks had been stalled after the first phase. Here's a little summary about the ceasefire talks from AP. These strikes come 2 months after a ceasefire was reached to pause the war. Over 6 weeks, Hamas released roughly 36 hostages in exchange for nearly 2,000 Palestinian prisoners in the first phase of the ceasefire. But since that first phase ended 2 weeks ago, the sides have not been able to agree on a way forward, with a second phase aimed at releasing the nearly 60 remaining hostages and ending the war altogether. Hamas has demanded an end to the war and a full withdrawal of Israeli troops in exchange for the release of the remaining hostages. Israel says it will not end the war until it destroys Hamas's governing and military capabilities and frees all the hostages. Netanyahu has repeatedly threatened to resume the war and this month cut off the entry of all food and aid deliveries into the besieged territory to put pressure on Hamas. AP also says a renewed Israeli ground offensive could be especially deadly now that so many Palestinian civilians have returned home. Before the ceasefire, civilians were largely concentrated in tent camps meant to provide relative safety from the fighting. That's very interesting. The return to fighting also could worsen deep internal fissures inside Israel over the fate of the remaining hostages. Many of the hostages released by Hamas returned emaciated and malnourished and described harsh conditions in captivity, putting heavy pressure on the government to extend the ceasefire. The released hostages have repeatedly implored the government to press ahead with the ceasefire to return all remaining hostages, and tens of thousands of Israelis have taken part in mass demonstrations in recent weeks calling for a ceasefire and the return of all the hostages. Israel wants Hamas to return half of the remaining hostages in return for a promise to negotiating lasting truce. Hamas instead wants to follow the ceasefire deal reached by the two sides, which calls for negotiations to begin on the ceasefire's more difficult second phase, in which the remaining hostages would be released and Israeli forces would withdraw from Gaza. There are believed to be 24 living and 35 dead hostages remaining. So that's a summary there from Associated Press on the state of things. Yes, the dawn hears a drone flying. We have been hearing a drone or drones. John C. says nothing is lasting over there. No, reports of strikes continuing now. Al Jazeera. Might have just heard a boom. Not sure. Al Jazeera reports dead and wounded in the targeting of a residential apartment in Jabalia camp north of the Gaza Strip. They just posted that 2 minutes ago. That was a big boom right there. We just heard a big boom right there. Hearing a plane right now, too.
مشحونة؟ مشحونة؟ ودي على الشاحن ولا فوت.
More ambulances coming in. Almost 6 a.m. there. Another boom right there. I think Israel might have issued new home front. More booms right now. Al Jazeera 6 minutes ago, Israeli airstrikes on Gaza City renewed. More booms. Hearing a number of booms right now. Keep hearing them. Okay, Al Mayadeen reports artillery shelling and gunfire east of Khan Yunis. This is Khan Yunis. You might be hearing that. And west of Rafah, coinciding with raids by Israeli helicopters on Rafah and the southern Gaza Strip. So in southern Gaza, artillery fire, gunfire, helicopter raids, according to Al Mayadeen. We might be hearing that artillery fire. Hearing a bunch of booms in the background right now. Egyptian outlet Al Qahira News says that a Gaza health spokesperson says to them that the condition of those injured as a result of the airstrikes is extremely critical, and most of the hospitals in the Gaza Strip are out of service, while others are operating partially. Even more ambulances still coming in. Again, the Red Cross is like the Red Crescent is like the Red Cross. It's all part of the same international network / movement. In some countries it's the Crescent, in some countries it's the Cross. Thank you to Jason Casper. I appreciate that, Jason. Thank you also Mitchell Warden and Southpod. Just an update about the plane crash in Honduras. Reuters reports 7 dead after Honduras plane crashes into the water after takeoff. A plane crashed just off the Caribbean coast of Honduras minutes after taking off from Rotan Island, killing 7 while 10 survived. There was an American and a French person, among others, on the plane. The cause of the crash was not immediately clear. The island it took off from, Rotan Island, is a popular tourist attraction and is famed for its vibrant coral reefs. Reuters also says Israel strikes kill at least 200, Palestinian health officials say. Strikes were reported in multiple locations, including northern Gaza, Gaza City, and the Deir al-Balah, Khan Yunis, and Rafah in the southern Gaza Strip. The Israeli military said strikes will continue as long as necessary and would extend beyond airstrikes, raising the prospect that Israeli ground troops could resume fighting. Officials at this hospital, Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis, and 2 other hospitals said together they had received around 85 dead. Danny G says this shakes me to my core. Al Mayadeen reports, Palestinian press sources say Israel struck a house in the Barrage camp in central Gaza Strip and a residential apartment in the Jabalia camp in the northern Gaza Strip. Wow. So again, I don't know where this is all going. Are we going to start seeing major fighting now in an Israeli major ground operation? Will we see, I just heard a boom right there, maybe rocket fire from Gaza or possibly or Lebanon? Will we see the Houthis start launching missiles and drones at Israel as they have done before? Wow, that was a loud explosion. We're hearing a bunch of explosions now. I should show you on a map where this is located. Here, I found it. So, this is Nasser Hospital, here. I don't know which entry this is, but see Nasser Hospital? If I zoom out, what you can see is it's in southern Gaza there. It's in southern Gaza. You know, the booms you hear, it could be the area around it getting attacked. You could hear, sometimes Israel fires guns from ships. In theory, it's not that far away. I think it's only about 2 miles to the shore. Less than 2 miles. So you could also have tanks on the border firing into Gaza. Not over here, that's Egypt. But but that's where the hospital is down there in Khan Yunis. Oh, maybe we're seeing. More booms right now. Wow, we're really hearing a lot of explosions right now. Al Jazeera says helicopter strikes by Israel east of Al-Maghazi camp in central Gaza Strip. Quds News Network Palestinian outlet says dead and injured as the result of Israel's bombing of homes of the Qurayga family on Wadi al-Arayez Street in the Shujaiya neighborhood east of Gaza City. Thank you, Jacob, who says he and his mother are watching this with a Palestinian friend of theirs who is torn. More booms right now. Alex Malarkey says, do you think this is planned in combination with the U.S. strikes on Yemen? to act as a joint pressure campaign against Iran? I don't know. Some of our viewers are wondering if there's a connection between this happening right after a couple days of strikes by the U.S. on the Houthis in Yemen. That I can't say. I have no idea. It's a fair question. Another viewer was suggesting maybe the U.S. was attacking the Houthis for a couple days before to maybe deter them from striking back at Israel after this. I don't know. I don't know if this is connected or not. Thank you, Captain Jerry Donnelly, by the way. Thank you, Captain Jerry Donnelly. I'm seeing some reporting about new Israeli domestic restrictions. Let me see if I can find anything out about that. Has Israel Home Front Command released? I mean, we heard that they said that school was canceled in places near the border of Gaza, but I've seen some other unconfirmed reports. Almog Boker, who's an Israeli reporter with News 12, said that schools in all areas near Gaza have been canceled. Gatherings in open spaces are permitted for up to 10 people, and in closed buildings for up to 100 people. Workplaces can still be open if it's possible to reach a protected space during the defense. Some train traffic has been stopped. Agricultural work in the area near the border, I think it is, has been canceled. Israel taking some defensive precautions. Thank you, Raisback, for the memberships. Thank you. And also Bebop and Rocksteady and Tyler Becker. Thank you, Tyler Becker. Bebop and Rocksteady. And thank you, Tyler, for the membership. Tyler Becker. Bloomberg points out that Middle East conflicts are escalating between this and with the Houthis, the U.S. attacking the Houthis. Thank you also, Bebop and Rocksteady. I appreciate that. Another ambulance, it sounds like. Hamas says we call on our people. Hamas says we call on the people of our Arab and Islamic nation and the free people of the world to take to the streets and squares and raise their voices in rejection of the resumption of the Zionist war of extermination against our people in the Gaza Strip. We are seeing less ambulance traffic right now. Dwight Burdett was talking about that. Not no ambulances, but less. I can't, there's all kinds of attacks that have been going on in different locations, so I don't know. I can't tell you why that is. Al Jazeera is reporting that. Let's see if I can get the original report. Al Jazeera claims that Israeli radio is saying the Israeli negotiating delegation will leave Qatar after the resumption of military operations in Gaza. Thank you, Tyler Becker. I appreciate that, Tyler Becker. Thanks for the membership. I was not expecting to cover tonight the restarting, apparently, of the war. I just need to take a minute here. Give me a quick minute. I'm going to disappear for 1 minute, and I'm covering right back in 1 minute. I will be right back. Thank you for your patience. Thank you to our moderators here. Ruth Krafasi, thank you, Ruth. A Moment of Lovely, Good Luck Duck, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, Surly Dev Tariag on Twitch. Paul Anderson, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley on Facebook, Linda Belk, Larry Misha on Twitch. Thanks Tyler Becker for the membership. Thank you to Aaron Van S for subscribing. Al Jazeera reports people have been injured in Israeli shelling of a house east of Al-Maghazi camp in central Gaza Strip. Was one of our viewers said there's been fewer ambulances coming in the last hour or so. For hours, there were a lot coming in here. I don't know the reason. Hearing another plane. At the moment, this is the only live shot of Gaza I have. It's possible if hostilities continue, I would think at some point I'll have other live shots, but this is the one right now. Didn't see Trump ever post on social media or directly comment on this yet. I'm sure at some point he will. AP said the White House said it had been consulted and voiced support for Israelis and for Israel's actions. Ivok says this is so sad. I wouldn't be surprised if during the day, I mean, it's only 6:30 a.m. there right now. I wouldn't be surprised if, like, Netanyahu addresses the country today, you know? I mean, I'm sure a bunch of people in Israel are waking up to this news. Another ambulance. One of the viewers said, "Why resume hostilities?" Israel said that they are attacking to achieve the objectives of the war as they have been determined by the political leadership, including the release of all the hostages, the living and deceased. Israel said the military action follows what they called Hamas's repeated refusal to release our hostages, as well as its rejection of all the ceasefire proposals from U.S. Presidential Envoy Steve Lookner and from the mediators. So, what's the goal here for Israel? Is the goal to militarily pressure Hamas to agree to some sort of deal? There's always been some people in Israel who say that Netanyahu doesn't want an end to the war because then he will have to face judgment for the fact that October 7th occurred on his watch. I'm not telling you have to believe that. I'm saying that has been a common view some people have had since for I want to say over a year now. So I can't say what specifically. It's a good, of course, maybe one of the big questions here is what does Israel hope to accomplish by doing this? Raindrop thinks there actually will not be a deal. Oh, also, there's been some talk tonight. There's been some reporting, I think in Israeli media. Some media outlets have said that the government had claimed that that Hamas was getting ready to attack them again. Is that true? I don't know. Yeah, Manny Fabian from Times of Israel says that the IDF says it identified preparedness by Hamas to launch attacks on Israel, along with its efforts to regroup and rearm. I can't tell you if that's true or not. The Norm says that's the rumor I was speaking of. Thank you, by the way, to first name, last name, and also Jacob. Jacob says his uncle is from Khan Yunis. PW360 said, I didn't see this, PW360 said CNN said Trump was focusing on the morning phone call with Putin, and he told his people to handle the statements and we won't hear from Trump until after the Putin call. Maybe that's true. I don't know. Thanks, PW360. Thanks, Bebop and Rocksteady2, who says, so phase 2 is cooked and they're starting over again. I can't say if there's going to be negotiations after this. I mean, a lot of outlets think the ceasefire is over. I don't know for sure. The Washington Post says Hamas in recent weeks has insisted on negotiations to reach a second phase of the deal, which would have included a permanent end to the war. Israel, meanwhile, has pushed for a temporary truce to secure the release of more hostages, halting the entry of all humanitarian aid into Gaza over the dispute early this month. KB said, didn't Hamas say they're going to kill the hostages now? Well, they use some language like something. They use some threatening language, but I mean, the living hostages are very valuable to Hamas as a bargaining chip. Yeah, they said that Netanyahu's decision to return to war is a death sentence against the hostages, but you know, I don't know that they want to get rid of this thing that they value so much as a negotiating chip. Ty McFadden thinks it'll come to a point where the leverage doesn't matter anymore. I mean, Hamas is trying to maybe stay in Gaza and survive as an organization. Sounds like gunfire. Sounds like maybe helicopter gunfire we're hearing right now. I don't know if you guys heard that. That's what that sounded like. I think we just heard some rapid gunfighting. We used to hear that on the other streams. Low-key said, I heard it. Anthony Roberts says, yes, gunfire. Still hearing it right now. Can hear it. McBurger says it's so sad. That's gunfire. We just heard it again. Sounds like maybe helicopter guns. Rapid big guns. Or I guess it could be mounted. Maybe it's some kind of mounted gun. I don't know. But that sounds like rapid, strong gunfire. Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis. I think I'm gonna just take a break for a couple minutes to have a little snack. We've been super busy today, so I think I want to just take a few minutes and eat a little something. I'm gonna leave the stream up, okay? So give me a couple minutes while I do that. Hang on, Still hearing that gunfire. Thank you so much to our moderators. Let me just take my headphones. I'm going to take my headphones out, so it might pause for a second. I'll just take a few minutes, and then I'll come back. Hang on. We're still good. We're still good. All right. Give me a couple minutes. I'm coming back. This is the Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis. I will be back in a few minutes.
كذا خليه مش هيكنس كنس اول شيء. اسمع قابلني من الحاج هذا قابلني من قبل.
Hey everyone, I think the undocking is about to happen. The NASA undocking. I know we've been covering this, and that's the point of the stream. But really quick, I think I can get you the undocking of the Dragon crew capsule from the space station. Really quick, if I can do this. So I'm going to throw it right here. I'm going to throw it right up here.
Again, Harmony was the port of call for freedom initially.
Let me
back in September.
just do it this way. Hold on a second here.
Experienced a relocation maneuver with Haig, Gorbanoff, Williams, and Wilmore on board back on November 3rd to move from the forward port to the zenith port, a short spin around the block to reposition that spacecraft where it has been mated and docked to the International Space Station since last November.
So I'm just throwing this on the screen. That's the Dragon capsule that's attached to the space station, and that's going to carry the
Dragon and the docking port on Harmony. It will begin to move above the station at a very slow rate of about 1/10 of a meter per second. Then we'll move behind the station. A series of departure burns will then put it on a trajectory to carry it below the station and on its way to a safe distance away from the International Space Station for its deorbit burn that will occur at 4:11 p.m. Central Time, 5:11 p.m. Eastern Time on Tuesday afternoon to begin the final leg of the ride home for Williams, Wilmore, Haig, and Gorbanoff.
I think it's supposed to undock in 2 minutes, I think. So I'm just showing this on the screen. So I know the topic.
Go until physical separation. All systems reported to be in great shape. The latest weather forecast off the coast of Florida at the splashdown sites indicates pristine weather for the arrival of the Crew 9 crew on Tuesday afternoon.
So again, just showing this
Gang of hooks,
to show it.
Open, standing by for the second. Springs on both sides of the docking interface will push off against one another to initiate that opening rate for Dragon.
Again, this is the capsule with 4 astronauts, including the 2 astronauts who've been stuck up there for 9 months. Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams. So, and they're about to pull away from the space station, and then they're supposed to land
90 seconds for physical separation
at about 6 p.m. Eastern.
For Williams and Wilmore, the beginning of the end for a 9.5-month mission in space.
So I'm planning on covering that, the actual return,
The interface
later
Dragon
today,
and the International Docking
6
Adapter no
p.m.
longer
-ish.
sealed.
So we'll come on before that happens. They're supposed to splash down around 6 p.m. Eastern time. But
The International Space Station and Dragon flying from southwest to northeast across the Pacific Ocean at an altitude of 261 statute miles.
I think it's just about to happen.
All hooks open.
All hooks are open. And undocking confirmed.
There you go, right there.
Freedom is
It
free
undocked.
of its moorings. Sonny Williams and Butch
Heartburn
Wilmore begin their
nominal,
belated
and
trip
Dragon
home.
separation confirmed.
There you go.
Undocking occurring right on time at 12:05 a.m. Central Time, 1:05 a.m. Eastern Time. Good motion, good stability on Dragon as it backs away.
Freedom, SpaceX on the big loop, depart burn 0 nominal.
Good opening rate reported by the visiting vehicle officer.
There they are. Pretty incredible.
Dragon's attitude control system functioning as advertised.
Houston Freedom on the big loop. On behalf of Crew 9, I'd like to say it was a privilege to call station home, to live and work and be a part of a mission and a team that spans the globe, working together in cooperation for the benefit of humanity. To our colleagues and dear friends who remain on the station, Alex and Dave Taft Grill, we know the station's in great hands. We're excited to see what you guys are going to accomplish, and we'll be waiting for you. Crew 9's going home.
Houston Station on the big loop. Step 2, ISS thrusters are verified enabled. To Crew 9, safe journey home. It's been the honor of a lifetime to cross your path up here on Space Station. Your service has been very much appreciated, and we'll miss you, but have a great journey home.
Thanks, by the way, to Sevenfold 777.
And this is back. I wish we could spend more time with you guys, but many people who love you and whom you love are waiting for you. So safe travel, Godspeed.
And for crew arrival, we ring a bell in Navy tradition, and for Crew 9, I did a baritone salute as you undocked.
That boom you heard is from the Gaza feed.
So an exchange of poignant words between the Dragon commander, Nick Hague, as well as the Crew 10 crew, the newly arrived Crew 10 crew members, Ann McLean, Takoya Onishi, and Don Pettit, offering their best wishes and Godspeed for a safe return to Earth on Tuesday afternoon for the quartet aboard the Dragon Freedom.
Hearing more booms on the Gaza Stream. All right, I think I'm going to remove maybe the NASA. Shrink it a little bit, but we'll stay on the air a little longer with this. Maybe a few more minutes for the Gaza Stream.
Dragon continues an opening rate away from the zenith port of the Harmony module of the International Space Station. Undocking occurring just about 5 minutes ago at 12:05 a.m. Central Time, 1:05 a.m. Eastern Time. Now, coming up here in the next minute or so will be the spacecraft's exit from what is called the keep-out sphere. That is the first imaginary line between the space station and the departure corridor for the Dragon itself. That will be followed by Dragon maneuvering to a Sun communications pointing orientation and to enable better communications between the tracking and data relay satellite system and Dragon's communications capability itself. The approach ellipsoid exit, that basically is the end of integrated operations, where Dragon will cross that imaginary line to move beyond the neighborhood of the station, as it were, is scheduled about 14 minutes from now. The departure 1 burn now complete, all nominal.
Depart burn 1 nominal. Your go to off suits per procedure 4.012, and a final reminder that the big loop will be deactivated following Dragon's exit from the approach ellipsoid.
All right, I'm going to give you some updates about the situation in Gaza. Al Jazeera says 4 dead and wounded in Israeli shelling of the Al-Zahur neighborhood north of Rafah. Palestinian Information Center news account says gunfire from Israeli occupation forces east of Khan Yunis, east of here, south of the southern Gaza Strip. So ongoing fighting. But we have an ambulance coming in. We've been seeing a lot of ambulances. Overnight we saw a lot of ambulances.
خمس خيام تم.
I don't want to show anything too graphic, so I'm going to be careful here. I think I'm going to remove this. And by the way, Factual News updates that in that Honduras plane crash, plane was taking off from like a island popular with tourists in Honduras. At least 12 people are killed, with 5 survivors and 1 person still missing. We have been covering for hours now the resumption of major military operations by Israel against Hamas. It looks like maybe the end of the ceasefire. It's not certain, but it certainly seems like it might be. Major airstrikes overnight by Israel. Also reports of artillery fire, helicopter gunfire. We were seeing a lot of ambulances for hours. And we're periodically still hearing booms and gunfire on this live shot. I assume if there's more hostilities, I'll eventually have some of the other live shots. We had this one tonight, but unfortunately, looks like we might not have a continuing ceasefire in Gaza. Just Another Zen said the island where the plane took off from Honduras is beautiful. There was also video I saw that I couldn't show you of. There's graphic video. There was video taken at this hospital of there was video taken of like close-ups of when the ambulances were coming in, and looked like a number of dead and severely injured people being brought in from the ambulances early on. Tyler Hurd says the Middle East has gotten very hot. It's concerning. It's concerning. And how long is this going to go on for? Are we going to see a major Israeli ground operation in Gaza? I don't know. Don Coe, by the way, said, sad about that plane crash. That particular Honduran island is very beautiful, and I'd wish to visit it someday if I could. All right, but I think for right now, we have some more ambulances coming in. I don't really have that many updates at the moment for you. I think it might be maybe a good time to get some rest. I do need to get some rest. We've been pretty busy today, and I am planning on covering the astronauts returning home. They were supposed to return home around 6 p.m., so we'd come on before then. And for all I know, there'll be big news on this later today too. But I think it might be time to start wrapping up this stream. So I appreciate you being with me. Just a huge development, an enormous development. This surprise major night of airstrikes and other strikes by Israel on what they say are Hamas targets in Gaza. So I do very much appreciate you being here for the stream, and I'm sure we'll have more updates on this. By the way, subscribe, follow Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. And turn the notifications on. I mean, I never know when stuff's... I didn't know this was going to happen. I just rushed right on the air when I heard about it. But you never know when we're going live. So sign up for our free notifications. We do through Discord. They work really well. And then you can get a notification whenever we go live. The mods will post a link to the notifications. You can find the link in the description of this video on Facebook and YouTube as well. And also, I'll be posting updates on my X account. My X account is @Lookner. You can follow me right there, @Lookner. for breaking news. I'll post updates when I see them. JFK files. How about this? If there's some huge new revelation in the JFK files, I'll cover it. I'm not running out to bet on that happening, but I'll keep an eye on it. By the way, I really appreciate our moderators who've been here. They are fantastic. They're the reason why we can have chat rooms in our streams. So I really, really appreciate all of our moderators. And they were here earlier today, too. We've been on a lot today. Ruth Krafasi, thank you so much, Ruth, for being there on YouTube, and all of our other YouTube moderators. I really, really appreciate it. Over there on Twitch. Moment of Lovely, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah Surly Dev, and all of our other Twitch moderators, thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, Nisha on X, Kay Lowry Body, Paul Anderson, Margaret Riley on Facebook, all of our moderators, all of our other moderators, thank you so much. I don't know where this is all going here. I honestly don't know what's next. More fighting? Could they surprise us and still reach some sort of ceasefire deal? I don't know. Or continuation deal? I don't know. Thanks to everybody who donated too. That's super nice of you guys. I think I thanked everybody. I really appreciate that. That's what allows the channel to be on the air. So thank you so much for your support of the channel. If you ever want to donate, you go to agendafree.tv, But again, thanks for letting the channel exist. Oh, by the way, hold on a second. Oh, no. You know what's interesting? I just saw this. Oh, was it up there? No, it wasn't. Or was it? Oh, you know what? I didn't even know. Hey, guys, you know what I didn't know? I actually have, like around the time I went to my snack, Reuters put up a border shot. So I didn't even know this was up. That one. Now, I don't know how much you're going to see on that, but we have it now. We didn't have this for a while. Then there was another one, but that's not even up. Anyways, we did eventually get this shot. Icefire says, Austin says, reminds me of the early days in the war. Sorry, you know, this one came on about 40 minutes ago. I didn't even realize it was posted. And then the other one, I think there was maybe another one that, or maybe this one was on a little earlier. I'm not sure, but it's kind of tough to make out much right now, though. You know, this is the Israel border looking into Gaza. No, I'm not leaving this up. I very rarely will leave a stream going when I am not on the air, and it needs to be, for that to happen when I'm not here, and it really needs to be something where I really think that there's going to be a lot happening, and I'm not convinced about that right now. I really don't like to have the streams up when I'm not here. It's something I do like kind of when I feel like I'm forced to, but I prefer to not have it up there when I'm not there. I like to keep an eye on things. Anyways. But we very well might do more coverage of this depending on what happens. So. Yeah, I got to get some rest. By the way, on Twitch, not Twitch, if you're on X, good way to know when we're going live is follow on X at Agenda Free TV. I always post there when we go live. Post updates about the channel there. And also a reminder, I would suggest turning on the YouTube notifications. That's another great way to find out when we're live. But to turn on the YouTube notifications, what you need to do is you need to, after you subscribe on YouTube, you need to click the notifications bell and then choose all notifications. So if you do subscribe on YouTube, make sure you have the bell checked and all checked. I want to thank our Facebook subscribers. I really appreciate all notifications. So if you do subscribe on, I want to thank our Facebook subscribers for supporting the channel over there on Facebook, like Robert Rial II, Margaret Riley, Aaron, I think it's Aaron Van S, Lou Green, Missy Karate, Kay Lowry Body, Sharon Klassen Gosselin, all of our other subscribers over there on Facebook, thank you. Our Twitch subscribers too, thank you so much for supporting the channel. Wall Street Shaggy, Artful Nothing, Kitty Tiger, Matthew Kohai 3, Night Owl, The Sugaro, Ruben Amorim, Matthew Kohai 3, Jack's Animals, Douthis, Devil Doc, and our other Twitch subscribers and our, oh, by the way, this is not Nasser Hospital, and I should change this. Let's see. I'll just leave it like this for now. But that was obviously not the hospital. Also, our YouTube members, I really appreciate you being here and your support for the channel over there on YouTube. Crypto King, Barry, Naomi Nocturnal, Evelyn in Maine, TJ Adams, Karen G, Gemini Rose, Sabin Nation, Barry, Dr. McRib, Just Me, Michael A, Jens Crunchy Vax, Aaron McCune, Nicholas Sprouse, Riri Patton, all of our YouTube members. Barry, Iced Fire, Heather N, Dean R, Per Holstrand, Renee K, HM Doppelganger, JM, Dean R, R's, James H, all of our YouTube members, thank you. check here. By the way, seeing some reports of still Israel attacks still going on. Palestinian Information Center, it says, Israeli artillery shelling targets the eastern part of al-Maghazi camp. All right, guys. So we're wrapping this up right now. But I'll keep an eye on things as the ceasefire appears to have been ended with a major night of airstrikes by Israel on Hamas and a military activity that's continuing right now. All right. So we'll keep an eye on this. If there's big developments, I'll cover it. We very well might do more coverage of this. That is it for right now, though. So I appreciate you joining me for this coverage. And thank you again to our moderators. And we will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.